You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, December 22nd, 2022 at around 11 p.m. You saw the live weather webcam of Champaign, Illinois. It's below zero here. And I decided this afternoon when I woke up that we would do another stream today just for fun on short notice, so I can see that there are 6 people watching. So a small crowd today, not the regulars. I may be more on my own than normal. Today we're playing this game here, FPI Mystery, Death of an Artist. And I got this from Amazon, and I know nothing about it. There's no author credited. It's by a company called Lucky Egg, which is not a board game company that I know about. I think they're based in England. It's a mystery suspect cold case type of game. Let's see what the back says. FPI Mystery, freelance private investigators, that's the FBI, cooperative mystery solving party game. In the FBI, you'll be trying to crack the cases that the police couldn't or wouldn't, or the ones your clients don't want them to. You've been recruited for your powers of deduction and induction, and we expect big things from you. As one of our solvers, you'll get materials from our field agents and try to solve the case based on their notes, interviews, and what they collect from the field. Do you have what it takes to crack the case? Ages 12 and up, 1 to 20 players, better with more than one. Up to 2.5 hours. Normally, I double this for the YouTube stream, so maybe 5-6 hours. Play in a larger group, discuss every detail. In a hurry, play solo, use the hints. Okay, so there's a hint system, and here's a little background of the story of this particular case. There are 2 cases in this series. The other one is called Disappearance at Worth Circus. Okay, so this story of this one is a few days ago, Duncan Lomas, part-time civil servant, part-time watercolorist, died under suspicious circumstances in the sleepy town of Westlow. His sister, Ada Lomas, has hired us to uncover the truth of the whole affair. There'll be afternoon tea and scones for anyone who can crack this one sharpish. Okay, so I know nothing about it. I don't know whether it's going to be good. There are signs in both directions. It's a nice big box. It's about as big as any of these boxes come. It's a sort of slipcase style box like the new Sherlock Holmes games are. I'm not a huge fan of that, but that's okay. It's kind of fancy. And we'll see how this turns out. Now, let's just catch up before we get started. Yesterday, we played Death at the Lamplight Theater, which was a Deadbolt Mystery Society game, the 4th one we've played. Very enjoyable. Interesting mix of puzzles. Maybe of the 4, my least favorite, but still very good. And it's especially fun to sort of see how the 2 brothers who did Deadbolt Mystery Society, that company, it's interesting to see what kind of system they developed. They churned out more games than any company. Maybe the closest second competitor is Hunt a Killer, and it's interesting to see how the 2 companies differ. For my money, I'm much happier with the Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes. Okay. 2 other things. First of all, my internet provider has threatened that there's a possibility of some very brief downtime tonight at around 1 a.m. or so. If this stream goes offline, just return to the YouTube channel and it'll come back shortly, 10 minutes or so, possibly as a different stream if I lose connection to the original one. So if it goes offline, it'll be back. The second thing that's interesting is the building I live in, 1929 building, condo, the boiler is acting up a little bit and needs some babysitting, needs some checking on. So when we take our breaks, after every hour, an 8-minute break. The moment the break comes on, I will be running down 5 flights of stairs, checking the boiler, and then running back up. So it's possible I'll be a little winded, and it's also possible that the breaks will resume like a minute past their countdown time. Just keep that in mind. And one of the reasons that we're streaming tonight is because I love doing these sort of marathon epic holiday sessions where we stream a lot. And so we're doing a bunch. On Sunday, on Christmas Day at 3 p.m., we're playing another turn of the play-by-mail games. And then from the 26th on, for that whole week, we're playing the Queen's Park Affair, the big Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective 1984 expansion, etc. So we got lots of streaming to do over the holidays. I always loved, as a kid, when they would run the marathons, like the Twilight Zone marathons that would sometimes run like 2 days, and they would just run them for 24 hours a day. There's something very special about that. All right, anything to catch up on in the chat? So Jonathan's not here, Anna's not here, and Tina's not here. So we're on a shoestring. What's the term? It may be a shoestring. Anyway, there's a smaller set of agents today, so I may be more on my own. I have seen the Twilight Zone films. There's a new Twilight Zone series you can watch as well by Jordan Peele, of mixed quality. Nothing like the original Twilight Zones, which are quite amazing. All right, so let's open this up. You can get this for $25 or so on Amazon, which is on the high end for these kinds of games. I prefer to see them under $20 because you can only play them once. My understanding is that this may use some QR codes, but the only internet requirement is for hints. I'm not sure how that works with QR codes. But, yeah, so I don't think this one will make much use of the internet. Okay, so already we've got a pretty reasonably sized set of evidence here. Like, there's quite a bit in this box. All right, let's take a look at this. So this already looks promising. There's 1, 2, 3, 4... 5 little envelopes, not little, 5 envelopes in stages. So it's clear this game is going to stage some evidence for us. That's quite intriguing. I tend to like that. All right, so we can put these away and just take out the first one, stage 1, and let's take a look at our instructions here. Too lazy to read the instructions, watch them here. No, we're not too lazy. Okay. What? Wait. Is this Dave Neal? Is this Dave Neal? Okay, this changes everything. Wow, that's a shocker. Okay, this changes everything. All right, who is Dave Neal? Well, Dave Neal hit the ground running with these mystery games. You can find him on Board Game Geek talking about playing Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, posting little reviews of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. And then at some point, 5 or 6 years ago or something like that, he says, oh, guess what? I've made a box of cases for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. And the box of cases was the Baker Street Irregulars, which is, in my opinion, the best box of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective games. It's the most consistently good and generous box you can get. And then Dave Neal went on to make a small box of audio mysteries called Echoes, which is quite interesting, short games, but quite novel. And he just came out with The Animals of Baker Street, a mystery game targeted at younger audiences. And it looks like Dave Neal has snuck in another game here. That just blows my mind. I mean, I think this must be the same Dave Neal. The spelling is the same. It would just be too big a coincidence. So, but why wouldn't he have talked about this on Board Game Geek? This is confusing, but interesting. Okay, let's see. All right, preparing to play. There are 5 large envelopes included in this game, each representing a stage. On each envelope is printed an objective and a QR scan for hints. Okay, so the QR scan you only need for hints. Inside you'll find the evidence sealed to solve your objective and a solution sealed in a small blue envelope. Each stage has a solution. Open the solution envelope when you think you found the solution. You'll find out if you were correct by opening the envelope and reading the solution. You can now move on to the next stage. Some players like to have a pencil and paper at the ready. Do we have a date on this? Okay. Contents. At the beginning of each stage, there's an email from the FPI boss. Read that first. You can study the rest of the contents in whichever order you like. Don't worry about messing up the order. For some stages, it's essential to reuse evidence from previous stages. Want to play it again or lend this game to a friend? Scan here to see the original order of the evidence so you can repack the game. That's very nice. If you're stuck on a stage, scan a QR code on the inside of the large envelope to access the online hints. There are 2 hints for each stage. Open them one at a time since you may not need the second one. Most players look at the hints, so don't be ashamed to use them. Okay, we try not to, but it's good to know. Most people look at the hints. You're looking to provide detailed multiple-line solutions backed up with evidence. When you think you found the solution, nominate one person to open the small blue solution envelope and read it aloud to the group. How to resolve a stage. Okay. Read the stage objective, review the evidence, discuss it. Then you can get hints, attempt a solution, open the envelope, move on to the next stage. Want to see something cool? If you inspect all the fingerprints closely in this game, you'll find they are specific to each individual character. Remember to scan the QR code in the Stage 5 solution envelope for bonus content at the end of the game. So it looks like maybe an epilogue or a more detailed solution online available. Okay, if you inspect all the fingerprints closely in this game, so we may need our glasses to look. Is this just a sample here? Okay, so it's telling us to pay attention to fingerprints. I'm just still blown away by this Dave Neal thing. That's just completely shocked me. All right. Anything else we need to catch up on the chat before we go in here? Robert, did you realize this was Dave Neal as well? All right, let's open this up. Stage 1, right? Stage 1, open to find objective. Okay. Do we have an address? I mean, surely this is the same Dave Neal. It's London, but I don't know when he wrote these. Okay. Stage 1 objective. What evidence is there that Duncan met with someone on the day he died? Need some hints? Do this. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Well, there's not much here in stage 1, but the objective is, what evidence is there that Duncan met with someone on the day he died? Okay, let's see. So this is our solution. No, here's our solution. Do not open until you think you've found the solution. Okay. So this we're putting aside. So this we're allowed to look at. All right. So this is already pretty impressive that we've got what looks like a little physical passport here. Says fake passport. Okay. United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Duncan Richard Lomas from Great Britain. There's his passport ID. He's a British citizen. Born 14 of June 1976. Male. Born in Brighton, England. Date of issue 20th of May. Expiration 20 February 2016. So issued in 2015. Expires in 2026. There's his signature. Okay. Don't know what this is. Okay. Little introduction. Let's just quickly scan through here. We've got a newspaper article, newspaper sheet here, FBI database, and a fingerprint. Oscar Wilde Sunrise, it says. Westlow Botanical Gardens, free entry for one adult, valid until 25 February. Oscar Wilde, Sunrise with 2 fingerprints, and we've got his fingerprints from an FBI database. Duncan Richard Lomas. We've got his height, his eye color, date of birth. Does that match our date of birth here? 14 June. That matches here, although I'm clearly going to need my glasses for some of this. Okay, 1976. Okay, date of birth matches. Cause of death, skull fracture. Circumstance of death, car accident caused by worn brakes. Victim attempted to brake at the first bend out of Westlow at the top of the ridge and brakes failed. Okay, so he's killed in a car accident, at least according to the FBI. Although we're just trying to find evidence that he met with someone. Okay, and then we've got a map here and a newspaper. Okay, let's read our introduction here and see if we can see what we can figure out. Let's split screen this. See if I can zoom in here. This may be just too wide for me to read this off the screen. Okay, so we've got some emails with our director, boss at the FBI.net, and he's writing to us, and he says, "Congrats on your recent investigation of the Worth family circus. So remember I said there are 2 games in this series. This is obviously the second one, with the Worth family circus being the first game in the series. So it's talking as if we solved that one. I've got a new case for you, a suspicious death in the sleepy town of Westlow. I assume you've never heard of the place. Not many people have. I asked a local resident about the nightlife scene, and she told me it's mainly bats and foxes." First, I didn't think she understood the question, but it turns out everyone in this town is in bed before 9 p.m. Anyway, enough about that. We've got a case to solve. Ada will be emailing you directly soon. She's the sister of the recently deceased. I'll be in touch further down the line with any developments from my end. I also want to take this opportunity to inform you that all the fingerprints in the evidence we send you are specific to each person and identifiable by careful inspection. It's just telling us that the fingerprints aren't props. They are meant to be used. Okay, that's the boss. And now here is Ada, the sister, actually emailing us. Ada Thomas, and then we've got her email address. And we've actually got a full date here. January 28th, 2022. Thanks for taking this on. Now I expect you're gonna want all the gory details. Well, my brother, Duncan Lomas, was something of a loner. I hadn't seen him in almost a year. He worked for the government, a technician for the Home Office, I think, but was also a moderately successful artist and got some stuff shown in local exhibitions. We weren't close, so I know little of his private life. Doesn't give you much to go on, but that's how it is. He died when he crashed his car on a road leading south out of Westlow at 2:30 p.m. 3 days ago on 25th of January. It seems like his brakes failed. Police have classed it as an accident, but my husband is a mechanic and he took a look at the car and thinks the brakes were tampered with. Also, Duncan's neighbor says she glimpsed someone under Duncan's car at 8:30 a.m. on the day he died. She assumed it was Duncan, and that's what the police think too. But one thing I know about my brother is that he knew nothing about cars, so I can't believe it was him. It must have been his killer tampering with the brakes. His neighbor also saw Duncan leave his house about 9:30 a.m. and walk north up Harrow Street, his art materials in hand. She saw him return about 2 p.m. and says he looked flustered and hurried. Did something cause him to panic and leave Westlow? I've sent you a package which contains a map of Westlow with Duncan's house marked, a copy of the local paper from the day he died, and a report on his death the police gave to me. I've also included the things he had on him when he crashed, his passport, a coupon, and a flower. Hope all of this can help you work out what happened. As I say, we weren't close, but what kind of sister would I be if I didn't seek justice? Kind regards, Ada Lomas. Okay, let's think about this. I guess one of the decisions we have to make, that we always have to make when we start these games, is whether we're going to be writing on this. I think we'll try to play this game without writing on it today. So we'll leave notes just as a little bit of practice. So let's see, we've got timeline information here. Let's start taking notes. We could do this online, but I'll do it manually for now. So we've got timeline of death. So let's see what we've got. He died 2:30 p.m. on January 25th. So January 25th, 2:30 p.m., which is 3 days ago, we're told, from today, his car crashed and he was killed. Okay, that's time of death, approximate. The mechanic thinks his brakes were tampered with. Okay, that's fine. Now let's look at other timeline information we have. At 8:30 a.m., many hours earlier, someone under car. Under the car at his house at 8:30. Okay, and then the other piece of timeline we have it is at 9:30 a.m. he presumably, his neighbor saw him, so his neighbor would recognize him, right? So 9:30 he leaves house north up Harrow Street with art supplies. So if that wasn't him under the car, presumably he was still home though at 8:30. That's a little weird. Okay, and then at 2 p.m. he returns home from the art studio. 9:30 with art materials, comes back at 2 p.m. flustered, and then he leaves again, obviously, and crashes soon after. Okay, so that's interesting timeline information, especially that someone was messing with his car while he was presumably still home. If that wasn't him. They don't think it is. Could be him. All right. And remember, our objective today is just to find out if anyone... Our objective today is what evidence is there that Duncan met with someone on the day he died? Okay, so that's what we're trying to figure out. We're told this she sent us is an actual flower. So it's not a cutout of a flower. This is supposed to represent the actual flower to WBT. We don't know who that would be. Okay. And she also sent us a ticket valid until 25 February. And the day he died was 25th of January. All right, and then we've got fingerprints on this. All right, let's take a look at what this newspaper article is. It's the Westlow Herald. From the day he died, the 25th. Roads a disgrace. Roads in need of repair, says local businessman, by Megan McRear. Gus Butterworth, likely better known to most of you as Gus Griddle, owner of Gus's... Let's zoom in so I can read this on the screen. Owner of Gus's Griddle Kitchen on Fountain Square said that the state of the local roads have caused problems for 3 deliveries in the last month, and the council needs to act. It's a disgrace, Gus said to the Herald by email. They promised to fix the roads when we voted them in 8 months ago, and nothing's been done. The Herald reached out to Westlow Council for comment, but received no reply. There's a picture of the potholes. All right, next article. Resounding success for local art exhibit. Since opening 2 months ago, the Beach Gallery's exhibition of local artists has been a success, bringing in over 100 visitors daily. It includes work by Sarah Bantry, known for her oil paintings of local and national celebrities, and Duncan Lomas, who is known for watercolors of Westlow and his creative and detailed digital art. Beach Gallery's exhibition closes in 2 days' time. Okay, so our victim is showing his work here, and it's only open for 2 more days. Okay. Next article. Head has no head for heights, by Cameron Asher. Head teacher for Westlow North Primary School has raised £1,300 for her school by skydiving from 15,000 feet. Belle Rogers, 42, had never done skydiving before, but due to recent cuts in funding, she felt she had to do something to help the school finances. I've never really been one for heights, she told the Herald, and as soon as I was looking out that plane door, I regretted my decision. Oh yes, but I knew I had to do it, so I overcame my fear and jumped. The school unveiled a plaque in recognition of Mrs. Rogers' efforts. Okay. All right, so here's the Westlow Gallery, Fine Art Prints and Beautiful Gifts, open daily, 9 a.m. to 12, and then 2 to 5. And Westlow Market, Saturday and Sunday, 8 a.m. to 3, weekdays, 8 a.m. to 12:30. Okay, so let's pause for a second. It's clear we may need to pay attention to weekdays versus weekends. Let's take a look at this. So we know January 25th is when he crashed, and we know it was a Tuesday. So let's add to our notes that this was a Tuesday that he died. Okay, so if we care about what's open when, this would be a weekday. 8 a.m. to 12:30. That would be open. Okay, let's look what else we got. A couple more articles here. Botanical fundraiser. The Westlow Botanical Trust will be holding a small fundraising event in the Sculpture Park today from 9 a.m. to 10:30. Horace Booker, chairman of the trust, asked locals to stop by and give what they can to keep Westlow's botanical garden in bloom. Okay. Westlow to London, direct in 5 hours. A new service by West North trains, daily at 9:20 and 4:20. Okay. And then the annual Westlow Children's Parade. The annual Westlow's Children's Parade is taking place today between midday and 3 p.m. Schedule is as follows. 11 a.m., gather at St. Mark's Church. 11:30 to 12, move along Hill Road. 12 to 12:15, Fountain Square. 12:15 to 12:45, move along Kent Street. 12:45 to 1 p.m., Golden Square. 1 to 1:45, move along Alsop Street. 1:45 onwards, St. Mark's Church. Tea and cakes will be served after the parade arrives back at St. Mark's. So we're getting lots of specific times and lots of places, which is obviously going to be relevant for our map. We may want to look at some of those places, but okay. So let's take a look at this map. What have we got here? We're told his house is marked. Well, you can see it right there. All right. And then from the email from the sister, let's see what she says again. She says he crashed his car on a road leading south out of Westlow. So presumably he was on the road leading south out of the town on this road somewhere. We're not told exactly where on the road, which is a little unusual. You'd think we'd be told where. All right. And then we're also told, however, that at 9:30 he walked north up Harrow Street. So the car crash happens at 2:30 on Tuesday, January 25. But then we're told he walks north at 9:30 a.m. He's walking and returns at 2 p.m. He's coming back. So where is he going up Harrow Street? We don't know how far up, so he could have actually gone this way. But it sounds more likely that he's walking a little bit further up. I'm not for sure. So he could have been going to the viewpoint. He could have been going to the market, to the Westlow Gallery. So you'd think if you're walking, you might go this way, but maybe he did. We don't know how far up he went. We know that 9:30 to 2 p.m. means he spent 4.5 hours. Let's just write this down. 4.5 hours gone. I'll put it in our notes here too. 4.5 hour trip. All right, let's just see what else is on this map. We've got the market, the Westlow Gallery, the Dunn Street Theater, St. Peter's Church, the primary school, St. Dunstable's Church, Golden Square, Fountain Square, Beach, Westlow, Sixth Form College, Botanical Gardens, primary school, Sculpture Park. All right. Flower is WBT flower. Is there a flower shop? Well, there's the Botanical Gardens, and WBT sounds like Botanical Gardens. So, and a flower doesn't last for very long, so I'm guessing he got this flower at the Botanical Gardens, at the Westlow Botanical Gardens. Let's look in our newspaper. Or the Westlow Botanical Trust, holding a small fundraiser in the Sculpture Park today. Okay, so he could have gone to the Westlow Botanical Gardens, WBT, and got it here. or to the sculpture park where they're holding their fundraiser. The fundraiser is from 9 a.m. to 10:30. If he's seen leaving his house at 9:30, that would give him an hour to walk over there. Seems certainly doable. So he may have gone to that, or even gone to the botanical gardens. I suppose, let's see, the market is fresh produce and crafts. No, it sounds like he got this either at the sculpture park or the botanical gardens. No fingerprints on this. All right, but then what was that ticket for? Oscar Wilde Sunrise. Oh, well, here we go. Westville Botanical Gardens, free entry for one adult. So probably he used this to get into the Botanical Gardens. WBT. And then the question is, whose fingerprints are these? Oscar Wilde at sunrise. What is that supposed to mean? 9:30 is past sunrise. Is there a sunrise street? Let's take a look here. What else would sunrise refer to? Because don't think 9:30 is past sunrise. No mention of Oscar Wilde in our newspaper, right? Oscar Wilde, of course, the famous writer. Oscar Wilde, sunrise. Is he meeting someone named Oscar Wilde with a nickname of Oscar Wilde, or is that something else? The sunrise has me a little bit thrown because it's 9:30. That's clearly after sunrise. Surely it's after sunrise. All right, well, let's look at his fingerprints and see if some of these match. Remember, we're just supposed to figure out if he was meeting someone today. So it's clear he went to the Botanical Theater. And so the question would be, is this our proof that he met with someone else? All right, let's try to line up these fingerprints. This is going to be a little, well, okay, let's see if we can do it with our markers. All right, let's start with this one here. Maybe we can zoom in. Is that his thumb? Do those match? No, they don't match that one. Let's see, do they match these? Doesn't look like it. That fingerprint does not look like it belongs to our guy. The center whorl looks very distinctive. It doesn't look like these. It's more rounded. His fingerprints look more oval in the center. All right, well, what about this one here? So we've got one set of fingerprints that don't look like they're his. What about this one? This looks more like his. I believe that this game is, yes. Okay, so let's take a look at this for a second. Let's take a look at his fingerprints. And okay, so it looks to me, it looks to me like this game is making all his fingerprints identical. So unlike a real person whose fingerprints would all be different, it looks to me as if to make this game a little bit easier, let me see if I can do it this way. See if you agree with me. It looks like these are all the same basic fingerprint, right? They've all got this dot near the center. This area here that looks like it's a little smudged. So all of these fingerprints look the same. That makes our life a little easier. All right, now let's compare it to this other fingerprint we see. Is that a match? Doesn't have the smudge in the upper right, but that looks like that's just a printing error. To me, this looks like a match to me. I see this area here, which is sort of broken and broken. That matches this little oval pointy here thing here. Looks like a match. I mean, it's easier if I line them up, angle them the same. So if you remember in Gumshoe, there are ways to do classifications on these. I don't remember any of that, but this little merging point here looks like we're seeing it also here. So I think that's a match. So what have we got? We've got his fingerprints matching here, and then someone else's fingerprints here. So 2 sets of fingerprints. This looks like going to be, and we know he was here. It says valid until 25 February, but that's not relevant for us. I think this is suggesting to us that here's our proof he met someone who held this ticket with him. Is that sufficient evidence to that Duncan met with someone on the day he died? The only thing that would be nice to know is Oscar Wilde's sunrise. Can we use that to confirm that that it was that day? Is there something about Oscar Wilde's sunrise that tells us it was for sure on the 25th? I guess the fact that the flower is fresh, passport coupon and a flower, suggests that he got that today and he was there today. Small fundraiser in the sculpture park. Okay, I think that that's it for today. I mean, for stage 1. I think that's all the information we need to know. It's clear that the game really cares about fingerprints. So I believe that we've got our proof that he met with someone by the fact that there are 2 fingerprints on this card. I don't think we need anything else. I suppose you could ask, hey, did he write this? That's not necessary for today, for this thing, but it might be interesting to know if he wrote this. We've got his signature. Well, it looks like it very well could be his handwriting. Maybe sunrise isn't till... Nah, it's got to be after 9:30. Okay, so I think we've got this one figured out. And what I think we should do... Normally we would just open this, but I think check the hints first if you need reassurance. I think what we'll do is we'll take a look at the hints so we see what the hints look like in this system. So if we wanted hints, we would scan this. So we're going to do this. We don't need hints for this first objective, but just for the fun, we're going to see what they look like. It looks like you could scan this or just type in this page. So let's just see what scanning does for us. All right. Let's see. All right. So we're at the Lucky Egg website. We've just received contact from two whistleblowers who are also Winslow residents. We've distorted their voices and hidden their faces to protect their identities. Listen carefully. Sounds like these are going to be audio. And so let me see if I can listen along with you if this works. All right, let's see. Show hint 1, show hint 2. Let's see what happens here.
Duncan had something on him that had been given to him by someone else.
Okay, did you guys hear that?
Duncan had something on him that had been given to him by someone else.
How is the volume on that for you? High enough? All right, he had something on him that had been given to him by someone else. So either the flower or the coupon. Let's look at hint 2.
The botanical garden coupon was given out in the newspaper on the day Duncan died. Look closely at the back of it.
Okay, so it's just telling us about fingerprints. But it did point out something that we were cavalier about, which was, I said when we looked at this, it would be nice to know that this was used today. And these hints, in an offhand way, pointed out to us something that we should have picked up on, which is that these coupons were from today. Westlow Botanical Gardens free entry, exclusive free coupon inside. So that's further proof. If he was killed on the 25th and these were given out on the 25th, then that's our good evidence that this was actually used today and he wasn't just carrying around an old used one. Okay, so that's good that we got caught sleeping a little bit. And the chat says the volume is a little low, so I'll bump it up for next time. Okay. So we didn't really need those hints. We knew it was the fingerprints, but we did get caught not being as precise as we should have been in proving that this was from today. Okay, we didn't need this. All right, so now let's read the stage 1 solution and see what it says. And in the chat, Anna has stopped in. Anna, what you missed was the real surprise, which is that the author of this unknown game is Dave Neal. Which it just casually says in the rules, oh yeah, author Dave Neal. So that's our Dave Neal from Baker Street Irregulars, surely. And for some reason, this isn't on Board Game Geek and he's never mentioned it. Okay, here's our solution. Let's see what it says. Remember, our objective was, what evidence is there that he met with someone on the day he died? All right. Here it is. The coupon for free entry to the Botanical Gardens was given free in the newspaper on the day Duncan died. Therefore, the message on the back must have been written on it that day. The message is not in Duncan's handwriting, which is seen in his signature on his passport, and there is a fingerprint on the back of the coupon, which is not Duncan's. Okay, so let's point out. We concluded this evidence was because of the fingerprint. But we didn't note until we read the hints the proof that the coupon was from today, which was in the newspaper. And then it says the message is not in his handwriting. Now, I did specifically look to compare handwriting, but I was not as confident as this solution says that it wasn't his handwriting. So let's spend another moment looking at that. How were we supposed to decide that? How are we supposed to be so sure that this is a different handwriting? They're both writing in cursive. The S looks a little different, but it's ending a word here, so I wouldn't swear on that. The A does not look that different to me. There's no M. There's a lowercase o and an uppercase O in there and an uppercase D. I do not agree with this game that we should have been able to so easily decide that these are different handwritings. Anyone have a different take on that? That doesn't seem quite right, that we should have been able to conclude that this is someone else's handwriting. What does the chat think? Do you see enough here to convince you that these are different handwriting? And on what basis? The only shared letter of type is the A. Like the S is a little bit different, but only because, but it's the ending of a word here, so I don't see how we could use that. Rob agrees. Oops, sorry, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. Rob agrees, not conclusive either way. That's what I would say. Like, this is not conclusive. All right. The message is not in Duncan's handwriting, which is seen in his signature on the passport. Okay, so I wonder if this isn't like, you know, when they planned it, they planned to have the signatures be different enough, but in execution, they weren't. All right, time for our first break. Stage one, so far, fine. I mean, you know, you want this to be easy, and it looks like we're going to need more of this evidence in stage two. So stage one was very simple, very focused, but still had some subtlety that if we're not careful, you can see how it's interesting how this game works. It asked us to decide our theory before we open the solution, and then we just move on. So if you didn't figure some of this out, you would consider yourselves to have failed or not done as well, but you still proceed along. All right, let's take a break here for 8 minutes. I'm going to run down to the boiler room and run back up. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, where you're back, you can see there it's -9 degrees outside. In the chat, Noah says, are these games as much as fun as the adventure games? Well, we've just started this series, so we have no idea what the quality is. The adventure games are sort of the high mark in these kinds of games, so we don't know yet. All right, so I think maybe what I'll do is we'll, for the time being, keep the evidence for stage 1 together in this little folder. We're obviously going to have to go through it again, so I'm not sure it'll stay organized, but let's do it that way. All right, let's begin stage 2. All right, stage 2, still coming from the same address. And the stage 2 objective is name 5 places in Westlow that Duncan visited on the day he died and the order he visited them in. 5 places and the order he visited them. Okay. So here's the solution. 5 places and the order he visited them. Okay, so the solution we put aside. And then it looks like we start with these emails again. All right, let's see what we've got here. We've got an email from our boss again. He's responding to us solving stage 1. Nice work. The proof was on that free coupon. Message isn't in Duncan's handwriting, and there's a fingerprint on the back which isn't Duncan's. I'll send that fingerprint off for analysis and get back to you with the results. In the meantime, if you can identify where Duncan went on the day he died, you might find witnesses who saw him. I bumped into Horace Booker earlier this morning. He said the Botanical Trust were delighted with the town's donations. Who knew these country bumpkins were so generous with their money? That's kind of a rude way to talk about this town. They're certainly generous with their time, I'll tell you. I went to Mrs. Stevens' fudge shop on Kent Street, and she stood there asking me questions for hours as if she didn't have anything better to do. Then again, she probably didn't. Can't knock the fudge, though. Okay, so these are more hints to places on the map and the newspaper. Sounds like he's saying this woman probably hangs out outside her shop talking to people, so she might be a good witness. And then we've got a second email from the sister again. I just gained access to Duncan's house and found 4 sketches on the table by the door. He must have done them on the day he died, when he went out walking around Westlow. I thought they could be of use to you. Okay, so she's found 4 sketches that she thinks come from the day he died. And remember, he was out for 4.5 hours from 9:30 to 2. So here are the sketches that he did. And that's the totality of our evidence from stage 2. Let's see what we've got here. Dated all on the day he died with his signature, no times. But now we will remember that sunrise. We see a sunrise in this photo, in this drawing. And remember that this coupon said Oscar Wilde sunrise. All right. The church one is different. It looks like he didn't start painting it yet. And it's not dated. This one might not even be from the day. Let's see. Nothing on the back of any of these. All right, so this is kind of a fun little puzzle here. Let's take a look at them. Let's leave this one aside for a moment. This is a church. Okay, what do we see? Let's do these at a time, one at a time. We see an event happening here. It's a crowd watching what looks like maybe a Boy Scout troop, some sort of troop of kids, it looks like, carrying flags and banners. All right, let's look in our map and our newspaper and see if we can't identify where this is and when. It looks like it's related to the annual Westlow's Children's Parade. So let's see what we've got. They're gathering at St. Mark's Church. Well, they're certainly not at a church here. They're arriving back. I suppose if the church were behind these people, they could be coming back here. Do we recognize anything about these buildings? It's interesting. Here we know where this one is. This one's at Westlow Gallery and they're open. Let's take a look for a second. Westlow Gallery open daily from 9 to 12:30 and 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. He left his house at 9:30 and he came back at 2 p.m. So if he came back at 2 p.m. and it was open, we know he had to have sketched this in that first window of time between 9 and 12:30, and he left his house at 9:30, heading north up Harrow Street. So there's the gallery. He must have ended up at the gallery sometime between 9 a.m. and 12:30. So to sketch this, he must have been here from somewhere between 9 a.m. to 12:30. So let's just mark this one and say, well, he left his house at 9:30. So this had to have been sketched somewhere between 9:30 and 2 p.m. Okay. Now, any other landmarks in this photo that we might, this drawing, that we might use to sync it up with this drawing? Let's take a look. It's got a little banner outside the store, a 3-thing chimney. Any sign of that here in this one? Not really. Doesn't look like that's here. It's somewhere on the Children's Parade. So what are our options? They're gathering. This doesn't look like they're gathering. This looks like they're coming back of some sort. Moving on Hill Road. Let's take a look at this map here. This looks like a square, doesn't it? This isn't a road. This is like a big square. Sorry, someone is correcting me, Anna, in the chat, that this couldn't have been to 2 p.m. because the place isn't open till 2 p.m. The gallery is open till 12:30, so somewhere between 9:30 and 12:30. Okay, thank you, Anna. Anna says, maybe something spooked him at the church, so he didn't finish the sketch but hurried home. I think that's a great point. Whether it spooked him or not, it makes complete sense that the church is going to be the last place on his visit because he didn't finish it. Great point. Okay, now here, this looks like they're in a square. Okay, so if we look at their plan, we see Fountain Square and Golden Square. Fountain Square and Golden Square. Let's take a look at our map. Let's see if we can get any clues about this. They're gathering at St. Mark's Church. Where is that? Here. They gather here. Let's just trace their movement here. They go on Hill Road till they get to Fountain Square. Then they go on Kent Street to Golden Square. Okay, St. Mark's, Fountain Square, Golden Square. And then they return this way. Okay, so they go this way and return this way. All right, so we're either at Fountain Square here or we're at Golden Square. Now, look at this map. There's a street coming in from the northwest and a little alley going northeast or north, and then maybe going this way. Now, if we look at Fountain Square, that doesn't match, right? Assuming they're looking north. But actually, no matter how you look at it, well, I guess if you're looking this way, you would see these two things. But it seems more likely, doesn't it, that we're at Golden Square with these multiple roads off. Like maybe one road this way, one road this way. It feels like Fountain Square only has 3 out of it. Golden Square is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So my gut tells me we're at Golden Square here. And there's no fountain. I wonder if there's some other way we could also know that we're at... So what's our choices? Golden Square would be to 1 p.m. Well, he's still out of the house at 1 p.m., so that's fine. At the Fountain Square is noon to 12:15. Well, he's out of the house then, so his time would allow him to be at both places. Anything else would let us conclude? My gut says he's at Golden Square because of it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4 ways out. So I think that means it has to be Golden Square, but I wonder if there's something else that we could be sure of. No fountain. Well, the fountain could be behind these people, don't forget. But I agree, all the evidence suggests that it's Golden Square. Okay, so if we say that this is Golden Square, then we know this had to be between 12:45 and 1 p.m. All right. So we've got times for these first two, which are mutually exclusive. That means this had to come before this one. Fine. Okay. And our theory is that this church is going to be the last place he visited. And Anna's theory is it's unfinished. Maybe he was spooked. That's a great little clue about where he got spooked. Or where we should go look for anything. Okay, now look. There's a clock. What time is it? 1:10 p.m. Okay. So, that confirms our theory that this is the last place. If so, it makes sense that here our sunrise one is going to be our first one. This looks like his view of the entire town. But now, why are we so sure that he took that one first? I guess we don't know yet, but what are we looking at? It's a road to town. Sun rises in the... I should know this. Sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Can someone remind me? Look at this also. By the way, we have a time scale here. Can someone remind me, does the sun rise in the east and west? Oh, here's the viewpoint. All right, so it seems to me that this is where he went to take this to make this drawing, and this was his first stop at the viewpoint. This is where you can see the whole town. Let's see, if you were there, you'd have a church to your left, and then a church far straight, and a church to the right, and a church at the farthest point from the viewpoint is the church dead center. And I think that's what we're looking at here. Here is our church straight in the center, the first one. And these may be the two other churches on the far left and far right. The far left church that's close is this one. And if you're here looking, the church here on the far right of your view is further away. That's going to be this one here, maybe. So I think that's where we're looking at. We know he left here at around 9:30, so he went up, made a drawing of the town, which is what you see here. Here's this curly road, is our curly road. So here we go. And sun is in the east. So if he's going here, east is the sun off to the, well, I guess he's looking straight this way. So the sun is somewhere over here. He's looking southeast. So I guess that's where the sun is, or he's looking a little bit more toward the east. But yeah, okay, so that's all seems right to us. So this is taken at sunrise, which we think is going to be, I guess, sunrise was around 9:30 a.m. I mean, that's what his thing said. Oscar Wilde, sunrise. Don't know what that's all about, but Oscar Wilde, sunrise. Why is he writing Oscar Wilde? I don't know why he's writing Oscar Wilde, but so here's our first shot. Then he makes his way to Westall Gallery, which is where? Where is Westall Gallery? Do we have an address? Be nice to know what route he took. Westall Gallery, okay. So Westall Gallery opened at 9:30. How do we know he didn't go to Westall Gallery first and then take a photo? We think that just because he would have gone first to get sunrise photo, right? But it's a little nerve-wracking to, like, if someone told you no, first he went to the gallery when it was open at 9:30. And then he went here, right? That would still be possible that he goes to the gallery and then he goes here. Why are we so sure that he went to take this drawing first? Then he went to the gallery. Then he went to Golden Square. Then he went to the church. We don't know which church. We've got to figure out which church, but it makes sense that he would start here, then go to the gallery, then go to the Golden Square, and then maybe hit this church. But how do we know? How do we know? So I see one way we might know. And then the Botanical Garden, good point. The chat reminds me the fifth place is the Botanical Garden. Do we have a time of that? No. But we know that the Botanical Garden would have been, actually, we don't know when he would do that. All right, let's return to that in a second. There's 3 churches: St. Mark's, St. Peter's, and St. Dunstable's. We know there's a fundraiser for the Westwell Botanical Trust, but that's different. This is clearly showing us that he went to the Botanical Gardens. I was thinking in terms of church. If you look at this sketch of the entire town, I wonder if only one of these, if we can identify this church as being the one, sorry, can we identify this church as being the one with the clocks and the cross at the top? This one at the far corner, that would be St. Dunstable's. And if these are the other churches, well, that one does have a cross and it does have a clock. But, how do we distinguish between that one? It's got arched doors in the neighboring buildings. What about this one? That one doesn't seem to have arched doors, but it's a little hard to know. It does have the triangles, though, the triangle windows on the roof, whereas that one doesn't. And this one does, but this one doesn't seem to have the clock face in it. So I think, and it doesn't, it does have the eaves, but only on one side, whereas this one has them on all sides, the triangle windows, and the circles, clocks on each. That seems like it's a better match for this church here, which has the triangle eave windows on all 4 sides and clock on all 4 sides. So I think that this church is this church, which, if you're taking the view from here, would have to be this one. So I think this is St. Dunstable's. All right, now what is the chat's theory about when he was at the Botanical Gardens? We have a time 9 to 10:30 from the paper. Do we? Look who's here, and Tina's here too. We have a 9 to 10:30 at the Botanical Gardens. Where? No, we have the fundraising event in the sculpture park from 9 to 10:30. But why do we think that that has to be? Sorry. I'm not sure why we would have to assume that the Botanical Garden ticket was used for that, because this isn't a ticket to the fundraiser, is it? The coupon is for free entry to the Botanical Gardens. I think that's different than the fundraiser. Okay, let's look at the objective again. Find 5 places and the order he visited them. Okay, I think we need to check a little bit further. Stevens Fudge on Kent Street. Sketches. Let's take a look at our day one stuff. Well, this maybe tells us that it's from the trust. Okay, so this was at the trust. Seems like he stopped off at the trust. Because Westville Botanical Gardens is not WBT. So he got this flower at the trust, which means he must have been there between 9 a.m. and 10:30. So if he was at the trust between, he left his house at 9:30, so 9:30 to 10:30 would be the time he would have to be here. But now, how long does it take him to walk? It's at his house. If he's going to go to the view, that's, 10, let's see, let's make ourselves a little thing here. Okay, so 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Takes him 25 minutes to get to the viewpoint. That would be 10 a.m. And then the trust is at the sculpture park. So, what did I say? 10, 20, 30 minutes. So 10 a.m. and then 10:10, 10:20, 10:30 he could be at the sculpture park to get this flower right before it closes. And then he heads off to the Westville Gallery. He's got plenty of time before 12:30. He's got to have time to sketch, though. We don't know which direction he came home. How does he have time to sketch this, though? I think maybe he had to go here first. He walks up north. She saw him return at about 2 p.m. looking flustered. So we don't really know where she saw him. So she could have been here and seen him come back. So he could have come back a different way. But look, if it takes him 10 minutes to travel this distance, right? He leaves his house, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes he gets to the viewpoint. So he gets to the viewpoint at 10 a.m., right? And it takes him to get to the park where this fundraiser is. It's going to take him 10, 20, 30 minutes. So in order for him to get to this fundraiser before it closes, he would have had to walk. Takes him a half hour to walk to the viewpoint and then a half hour to walk here before it closes. That would give him no time to draw. So I think he must have gone to the sculpture park first to get there just before it closes. And remember, his ticket said Botanical Gardens Sunrise. So now I'm thinking, as counterintuitive as it is, that he must have gone straight to the sculpture park and Botanical Gardens first thing. He gets there right before it closes, let's say 10:30. Then it would take him, let's say, He doesn't have to sketch anything. He's just meeting someone, right? And getting the flower. And it takes him 10, 40, 50, 60. Maybe he could be at the viewpoint by 11:30 or so. Then he takes as much time as he wants, and he's got an hour to get back to the gallery before they close. Then he's got half an hour to sketch that and come back to Golden Square. And then hits here at 1:10. Boy, he's a faster artist. Let's see what the channel thinks. Do we know from which direction we return? I think they didn't consider adding the time for the sketches. If you take the other routes, it would take longer. I think you're right about them not considering the time for the sketches. So if we don't consider any time for the sketches, then he has time to go to the viewpoint at 10 and then get to the sculpture park at 10:30. So the two options are, he starts out, okay, so here are options. He starts out, he goes up to the viewpoint, sketches this, goes to the fundraiser by 10:30, then gets to the Westfield Gallery before 12:30, heads over to Golden Square before 1, and then ends up at 1:10 at St. Dunstable. But the other option, which seems less likely, but Sunrise Oscar Wilde does throw a little bit of a wrench in here. The other option is first he heads straight to the Botanical Gardens fundraiser, and then only once that's done does he head over for the view. But that's a weird travel. That puts him all the way over here and then back and then all the way back. That's a very weird order to do things in. If he noted for himself that I wonder if this is some sort of code for where he was going to be at sunrise. The viewpoint, Oscar Wilde. Is the viewpoint have anything to do with Oscar Wilde? Is Oscar Wilde have anything to do with the time that sunrise is? Is it like... Just trying to think if this is a note to himself. But we're told that that's a different handwriting than his. So that doesn't really help us, does it? He didn't write that. He got this... I mean, if you had to guess, you'd say he took this first thing and then went to the other places. But I'd like more proof of that. And it says, it bothers me how low the sun is on that sketch. Could it be near noon, even if it's February? Well, here's our thing. Picture of Dorian Gray as an artist tie-in. That's an interesting point. Oscar Wilde Picture of Dorian Gray, who was a painter artist. Okay, so let's remember this. One of the very clever observations that I think Anna said was, look, there's a reason this isn't painted. It's because it's the last thing he did, and then he rushed out of there. He didn't have a chance to finish it. If that's true, then this had to be done early, right? I mean, if your theory is he actually, if we were considering the idea that this is, you know, the end of the day that he came back to, that doesn't make sense because we've already decided this is St. Dunstable's here. So this, his last route probably had him coming back this way. So it makes most sense that he started here and then he circled around like this. Although, yeah, he'd still have to make a little detour, but it does make the most sense. All right. Any other theories about a way that we might... Any information we haven't... Fountain Square, local roads, the gallery. She did her skydiving. Westlow Market. Westlow Market, fresh produce and crafts. I mean, it makes complete sense that the first thing you would do is sketch the whole town. It's, on the other hand, this thing was only open till 10:30. Just doesn't give him much time if he doesn't go there first. If he heads out and goes straight to the sculpture park, he's got plenty of time to pick this up. I say plenty of time, but even if he walks straight there, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, I mean, he's barely got time to go there. That just makes me a little nervous. Well, and Tina says, I think we're overthinking this. All right. So then our final decisions are going to be, started with the sunrise, then he went to the trust location, then he went to the Golden Square, then he went to the Westfield Gallery, and then finally at St. Dunstable's Church, and then home. All right, so we found our 5 locations and the order in which he did them. Let's find out if we're right. We could check hints. Yeah, the last hints actually had some fun audio visuals, so maybe we should be looking at those. Let's see if this one has audio video too. Married couple who are well connected in Westlow. We've distorted their voices. Sorry. We've distorted their voices and hidden their faces to protect their identities. Listen carefully. Okay, let's listen.
You need to identify the place each sketch was done and the place where Duncan got the flower. The times given in the newspaper and the 10-minute walk distance given on the map will be very helpful.
Okay, and we knew all that. Can you guys hear that okay, or you want the volume up?
There is only one square in Westlow with a layout matching that shown in Duncan's sketch of the parade. When you know which square it is, you also know the time it was done and can work out which church Duncan must have sketched.
Okay, it feels like that's all stuff that's all consistent with us. It doesn't really help us with the puzzle we were focused on. All right, let's read the solution and see what we got. Okay. The sculpture park was where he went first. Duncan has a flower from Westlow Botanical Trust fundraiser advertised in the Westlow Herald, which finished at 10:30, so he must have gone there first. This was my concern about did he have enough time to get there. So he went there first, actually. He must have got the flower from the sculpture park because the botanical garden is too far for him to go and back in time. Well, we concluded he got the flower from the trust because it says trust. But this is saying that he had to go there first because to get there, and it closed at 10:30, it must have taken him the full hour. So then he goes to the viewpoint. The sun is visible looking east, so it was probably morning. He must have come here after the sculpture park because he would not have time to get back after visiting other places. Okay, then he went to the gallery, which is right. That's the one we said he went to next because it closed at 12:30. Then he went to Golden Square. We got that right. And that's because the parade arrived. It's the only square with the layout that matches. And then he went to the church. The clock is 1:10, so this must have come after everything else. St. Dunstable's is the only church he could get to from Golden Square by 1:10 p.m. Okay, so we were right about everything. We knew that there was a questionable question about whether he could have had time to go to the sculpture park after the viewpoint or vice versa. So we kind of got those reversed, but we knew that that could be an issue. Okay. All right. Well, it's still hard to understand how he could be sketching these things in the time he had. But okay, completely reasonable enough. Fun little visual puzzles here with these sketches. I like it. In fact, this might be the first time we've seen something like this, where the spatial layout of the sketches and the map helps us identify where someone was when. All right, so let us put this stuff away. Clearly, we're going to need this map again. All right, stage 2 is done. We can go on to stage 3. Let's see what stage 3. Stage 3 has got something that's got some height to it. Here we go. Stage 3. Why does the book have an opening in the spine? Here's the solution. Why does the book have an opening in the spine? Whoa, there's a whole book here. It's a hollow book. This was something to hide information. This is a very odd prop. Self-published. Who are you, really? Finding Your Inner Artist by D. Lomas. It's a book with a hollow to hide hide stuff in it. And we have to figure out why. And then we've got 2 letters and some emails and nothing else. Okay. So this is just a prop. I mean, this is often in these hunt-a-killer like prop games, you see that they're reusing merchandise props like key rings and bottle openers that are obviously things that companies put their logo on and give out. This is very strange because this is obviously a custom made thing, or maybe they found something that's used for other purposes, but it doesn't seem. It's a very fancy, substantial little prop for little purpose. I mean, I guess. All right, let's look at our. Let's read our emails. Who are you really? And this is our victim, D. Lomas. Okay, let's read these emails. Top work. No need for another recap of where Duncan went on the day he died. God bless his soul. He sure was a keen walker, that's for sure. I went up to the viewpoint myself yesterday, and it left me breathless. Not the view. The incline was agony on my calves. The view was all right, though. People kept waving at me. Everyone is unsettlingly nice in this place. Don't trust them one bit. Plus, their dogs keep jumping on me with their muddy paws. Okay, mud. Anyway, Ada's been in touch again with more pieces to this puzzle. Take a look. Here's Ada emailing us. What does she say? I found unusual things in a locked drawer in Duncan's house. A list with dates. A note from someone called Antonio. And a book with an opening in the spine, perhaps so something could be hidden inside. But there was nothing in it when I found it. There were also some very tiny objects in a tub on his desk. See the attached photo. Perhaps you can make sense of it all. Okay. Those look like little circuit chips. We saw those on the box cover, actually. They kind of look like circuits, computer circuits, but I'm not sure. They are on the, let me just get the box cover here. I'm pretty sure we saw that, but now I don't see it on the box cover. Where did I see it then? I saw it somewhere. Maybe on the promotional material for the game, like the website or something. All right. Tiny objects in a tub on the desk. Why would they be on a tub? Are they miniature paintings? Are they something? All right, so in a locked drawer. All right, let's take a look at these. Top of the box on the right. Someone says top of the box on the right. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, here. Oh, on the passport. Haha, their passport marks. They're anti-forgery passport marks. I knew we saw that somewhere. Let's look at his passport. Uh-huh. He's forging a passport. Who are you really? He's forging his passport. It's not his real ID or something. Okay, looks like probably an authentication mark or hologram type thing. Okay. Let's look at these dates. And Tina says frozen in ice. I don't really understand what that comment is. Maybe you can tell me. All right, let's look at these dates. Quantity. Date of birth, sex, and photo. Yeah, he's making passports for people. Who are you really? He's using to store the fake passports. Look. Passport fits perfectly in there. Like it's the perfect size for hiding a passport. So he forges a passport for someone, he puts it in his book, and he hands it over. And he's an artist, so it makes sense that he's capable of forging passports. Okay, date of birth, photo. Let's just see if he's got one for himself. His date of birth is 14 June 76. No, he doesn't have one for himself. But now let's look at when he was killed. His last order was actually 5 January 2022. So 3 weeks ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you had to guess, you might guess that here's the 3 on January 2021. Then he got an order for 2, which are here, an order for 2 here, an order for 1 here, and the last order he had was for 2 on 5 January was here. So I think we should make a note that these are going to be his last order on 5 January 2022. Like if he was killed because of these, 2 males born recently, wow, born in 97. That makes them, what, 25 years old? A 25-year-old and a 27-year-old, if my calculations are right. All right. Fun. So he's a forger. Okay. By the way, this reminds me of one of my very favorite movies of all time, Day of the Jackal, the original. Day of the Jackal. If you watch it, we can talk about it on our next time we talk about movies. All right, let's take a look at this one. We'll take a look at this one, then probably it's time to take a break soon after this. Let's see what we've got. Thank you for agreeing to do this for us. I know you had reservations about us, but we really are just 2 ordinary guys trying to make a better life for ourselves. Payment has been made in full with a generous tip, which should help alleviate any lingering concerns you have. Please send both copies of the book to the address given previously. Antonio. So this matches up with my theory that it's this last order he took on the 5th of January, 2 people, Antonio and someone else, and he had doubts about this job. So this is going to be on the 5th of January, Antonio. He took the job, 2 men, and here is Antonio talking about how we know he had reservations. 2 ordinary guys, right? Okay. Anything weird about this? It looks like it has some water damage or something. Okay. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we know he's a passport forger. It's possible that these are this is the name he wanted on his passport, the fake passport, Oscar Wilde. It's an interesting idea. Seems like it would be a bad idea to take someone's fake name that's so famous. All right, let's look at what our assignment was. Why does the book have an opening in the spine? Feels like we're ready to answer this right away, yeah? Shall we answer it and then take a break? Why did he have doubts? Who were these two? Yes, we're going to figure those out in a minute, but it feels like we know the exact answer to this for hiding and passing passport. So let's just, unless there's any objection, I think we're done with this stage 3 right now. Yeah? All right. Do not open till you think you found the solution. Okay. Stage 3 solution. The passport fits perfectly into the slot in the book, and the binding of the book has been made in the same color as the passport cover. Is that true? We didn't even pay attention to that. But I guess it is similar, so that when you put it here, you might not even notice it. That's a subtle detail, but I guess it could be important. Okay, Duncan was forging passports and sending them in hidden copies of his book. The tiny objects in the plastic tub are microchips with a shape that matches the symbol on Duncan's passport. Duncan's list of people included date of birth and sex, essential information for making a fake passport, and he ticked each person off as he received their photos. Duncan worked for the Home Office as a technician, so he could pull some strings to access passport materials and microchips. Finally, Duncan couldn't resist titling his book, Who Are You Really?, in a subtle reference to its hidden contents. Okay, so we got this right. It seems like if you were the editor of this game, that if we're looking for fixes, we pointed out one, that the handwriting should be different. Here's another, though. This should have been... There should have been more here. Why does the book have an opening? What are the things in the tub, right? Like, that was a slightly more difficult question that was in the solution, but actually didn't challenge us to know it. That would have been disappointing. Had we not seen that and known what they were, I would have felt like we were robbed of a mystery, a puzzle, by the fact that it didn't ask us for that. All right, Robert says, do the clues. All right, we can quickly look at the clues for this one. So that's a little bit of a miss. It looks like that seems like maybe just they overlooked it. Okay, let's take a look at these.
The objects in the tub are tiny microchips. Notice the colour of the spine of the book. You have something which will fit perfectly into the opening in the spine.
All right. You know, I think that was a real miss, though, that objective question didn't ask you to identify what the objects in the tub are and how they play a role. That's a shame. All right, but we figured it out, so we don't care. I mean, we do care, but we're okay. We're not angry because we didn't lose out on the ability to solve that. All right, we've solved stage 3 of 5. We've got 2 more stages to go. We're going through these at a pretty rapid clip, but it's time for another break while I run down to the boiler room. I'll see you guys in 8 minutes. Let's first take a quick look outside live webcam to see what the weather is like and how much below 0 it is. We're back. You're watching Call for Two. We are playing Death of an Artist, an FPI Mystery, a box that we had no idea what we were in for. The very strange thing is that it looks like this mystery was written by Dave Neal, who we have huge respect for, author of the Baker Street Irregulars box from Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Series, which is maybe the best box ever made, and author of a brand new game called The Animals of Baker Street, which looks like a great mystery game for younger audiences. We may actually try to play it here at some point. Okay, so we finished the first 3 of 5 stages. That stage went very quickly. Let's see what stage 4 looks like. Stage 4 objective. What was the fatal mistake Duncan made and how did it lead to his death? I see. Well, we think it has to do with the making passports for these 2 people, Antonio and someone else. What was the fatal mistake he made? How did it lead to his death? Okay. All right. Well, we've got a whole bunch of new stuff here. New newspaper, new emails. Oh, a whole bunch of stuff here. All right, here's our solution for stage 4. Let's just quickly look at what we've got here. There's our emails. I guess we should read the email first, because the email frequently says how we get this stuff from the sister. Okay, so there's always 2 emails. It looks like one's from our boss saying, yeah, you got it right. You got it. Duncan was forging passports and sending them hidden in copies of his book. Honestly, the cheek of it. People really need to wise up to the extent of white-collar crime in this country, using his position of power for his own personal benefit. That doesn't mean he deserved to get bumped off all the same. We've still got plenty of work to do. I sent you a witness report from Helda Eves, and I found a match for that earlier fingerprint on our database. And I sent you that too. Hopefully it'll come in handy. Time to wrap up this email now. An acquaintance is redecorating his apartment in London, and I've decided that watching paint dry for the evening would be more enjoyable than the entertainment on offer in Westlow. This guy really doesn't like this town. Okay, here's the sister writing to us. What does she say? I just discovered Duncan emailed me on the day he died. I changed my email address recently, but Duncan wouldn't have known that. I'm devastated and have this deep sense of guilt. What if I could have saved him? I'll only be at peace when this case is solved. I really appreciate your help so far. I forwarded Duncan's email to me below. I'm also sending you some other items I found in Duncan's house which may be relevant. Copy of a crime newspaper, a printout of an online Italian paper, and a map of Dublin. So here's the email from the brother sent on the day he died at 2:05 p.m., which is right after he gets home. Remember, he rushes home. He gets home at 2:05. At 2 o'clock, here he is. He immediately emailed her. Hey, I messed up. There are things you don't know about my life, and now I've made a serious mistake and have to disappear for a while. Don't worry about me. So he saw something at that church when he was sketching that last photo. I keep saying photo. When he was sketching that last painting, I wonder if there's anything in that we can see. We know he rushed home. I wonder if he saw a gravestone. I wonder if he saw a grave of someone that made him realize he messed up somehow. Like he used someone's name on the fake passport, and that's going to lead to someone getting caught or something. Okay, so he rushed home to send that email. All right, let's see what she sent us. What does she say is the totality of what she sent? Other items I found in the house. Copy of crime newspaper, printout from an online Italian paper, and a map of Dublin. Okay. So this she didn't send us. We just got it. There's the Italian paper, the Perugia Star, translated from Italian. This says, congrats on the Worth Circus case from Mum. All over the news. Treat yourself to a meal on me. Can you give me some information on Duncan Wilmus? This is like, I think it sounds like we're asking someone, a friend of ours, for help. Dear FBI, while we cannot give out the full details of Duncan Wilmus's email or mail, I can inform you that during the past year, he has sent packages to and received packages from the following places: Perugia, Italy, 1 package each way, January. London, 1 package each way in February 2021 and June 2021. And then Ireland, 1 package each way. Okay, so someone, remember, they have to send him photos and stuff. So if we line this up with this, does it all make sense? Let's see. So 1 package each way to Perugia, Italy. That's going to be our final set of packages. January 2022. And then he's got February 2021 and June 2021. Here are those 2. Those were for people in London. And then Dublin was January 2021 and March 2021. So those are the other 2. So he's got 2 clients in Dublin, 2 clients in London, and these people that his last job is from Italy. Okay, and that was Yasmin at the Westlow post office gave us that information. All right, that seems like that's all settled up. All right, let's see. We've got a Dublin city map. Wow, a whole map. Whole serious map with places of interest. Dublin Castle, St. Patrick's Cathedral. Oscar Wilde statue. Interesting. Oscar Wilde statue. All right. And now we've got the reports that were sent about the matching fingerprint. Look who it belongs to. An unknown woman who's got an alias of Lisa Redruth and Jackie D. She's wanted for murder and kidnapping, suspected involvement with organized crime in UK and Ireland. Nationality unknown. Date of birth estimated in 1984. So let's look at this again. Now this is interesting. Organized crime in the UK and Ireland. And when we talk to the, looks like we might need, because we've got UK and Ireland for some of these orders. So I think maybe, I thought maybe that was not going to be relevant, but now I think maybe we do need to keep track of this. So let me look at this for a second. Let's map these out. Perugia, Italy was January 2002. So this is Perugia, Italy job. Okay. Then the February 2021 and June 2021 are London. And then the January 2021 and March 2021 are Dublin, Ireland. Dublin, Ireland. All right, so now we know where those are from. Now this woman who's got connections in the UK and Ireland, female, date of birth 1984 approximately. So if we were trying to pinpoint her here, that would be her right here, maybe. But that would be a job from 2021, a year ago. Why is her fingerprint now showing up on this ticket that he got today at the Botanical Gardens? That's a little weird, right? Why is she back in town? Someone he made a passport for in 2021. Why is she now leaving a fingerprint? Strange. Okay, and what is this about? Witness report. Let's read this. So it's a witness report from the day he was killed. The witness's name is Hilda Eves, owner of the St. Dunstable Church Cafe. Remember, that's where we think he did this sketch. Born in 79. There's her phone number. What does she say? She says, "Yeah, my cafe is right by where he was sitting, opposite the church. Seen him before, eating his lunch and doing his drawing on that bench. Sits there most days. But that day was different, so I remember it, right? It was different 'cause some woman comes along and grabs him, pulls him to his feet. She says something to him and holds up a newspaper pointing at something. Then she just drags him into an alley. She looked strong and quite intimidating. I thought she was robbing him or something, so I went outside to check. Then he comes back out the alley on his own. He looks shaken, bit pale. He still had his bag and whatnot, and he's holding a bit of paper, maybe a coupon. And the newspaper the woman had, I don't know what paper it was, but it didn't look like the Herald. You all right? I called, and he nodded. Then he walked away on Dunn Street." Okay, so she gives him the coupon, maybe. He's holding a bit of paper, maybe a coupon. So she gives him the Botanical Garden coupon, possibly, on which she has written. Remember, it's not his handwriting. She has written Oscar Wilde Sunrise. What does that? So this woman sees him carrying this, and the woman has written on the back, it's her fingerprint here, she's written Oscar Wilde Sunrise. Maybe she's saying that's where she wants to meet him, at the Oscar Wilde statue in Dublin. Maybe she expects him to go to Dublin to meet her. All right, we'll get to that in a second. And then he's carrying a newspaper that the woman had that she was pointing at. So let's take a look. That's the last piece of new evidence here. So it sounds like he may have made the passport for this woman. So maybe the Antonio thing, the last passport job, is irrelevant. It's this woman that he made the passport for back in 2021 has come back and said he messed up. That's what it's feeling like to me. All right, let's see. We've got 2 newspapers, though. We don't know which one it is. Where were these 2 found? What's our framing for having 2 newspapers? He had a copy of a crime newspaper and a printout of an online paper. So it seems like this is probably the newspaper she was carrying, and then maybe he got home and printed this out. But Italian would be the last job. Okay, so this is a paper about the Italians, and this is the paper. I wonder if they're connected. I wonder if it's the job for the woman in Ireland and then the job for the 2 people are fighting each other. There's a connection. All right, so I think this is the one that she showed him. January 25th, and this is January 22nd. Okay. So I think this is the one she was pointing to for our guy. I think these cases are going to be connected, these 2 jobs. Let's see what we've got here. So this is from London. Fatal Victoria shooting. 1 victim pronounced dead at scene. Police were called by paramedics to Westminster on Monday evening, where 2 people had been shot just before 9 p.m. outside Victoria train station. One of the victims, a 20-year-old man, was pronounced dead at the scene. His next of kin have been informed, and the police have begun a murder investigation. A 19-year-old woman, identified as Paula Faraway, was also shot. She was taken to hospitals and expected to survive. Speaking after the incident, the British Transport Police Chief, Constable Stephanie Amstel, said, "We are incredibly distressed and saddened that this shocking act of violence happened at one of London's busiest stations, and it's deeply sad that a young man has lost his life. Detectives are appealing for witnesses to assist their investigation." Okay. Doesn't seem that relevant to us, and I don't think we have anyone that matches the age of 20-year-old and 19-year-old. I don't think those are related to our case, but let's keep looking. Thomas Toole, a member of the Viper gang and wanted for many counts of murder, kidnapping, and extortion, was found drowned in his swimming pool in London this morning. Police report that Toole, 43, died between 8:30 and 9 a.m., and bruises on the body suggest he was held under the water. A murder investigation has been opened. The Viper gang are active in UK and Ireland, operating mainly in Dublin and London. So that sounds like that could be our woman's gang. Organized crime in UK and Ireland. All right, let's just, for our own purposes, figure something out. If he was 43, that would make it what, 1979? Is that right? I believe that would make his date of birth 1979 or thereabouts. Is that right? I believe that's right. Okay, let's look at next article. Tube attack on 2 women. There are currently severe tube delays on the Bakerloo and Piccadilly lines after 2 women were assaulted by an unidentified man at Piccadilly Circus Station last Monday evening. Police investigation is underway to identify the masked attacker who was captured on CCTV footage. Police are urging witnesses with any information regarding the incident to come forward. The 2 women, who were reportedly pushed onto the tube tracks last night, were taken to hospital. Transport for London says some services are either not running at all or running with severe disruption, and passengers are advised to check for updates before traveling. Lizard found in Pimlico Loo by Kate Winters. A man in Pimlico was astonished to find a large lizard swimming in his toilet on Monday morning. Simon Matthews, 48, discovered the 8-inch long reptile in his downstairs loo before heading to work. Mr. Matthews said he wondered what the hell it was when he made the discovery. In his thought, the lethargic lizard may have been in the toilet for several days. Local member of the RSPCA has taken custody of the reptile until the owner can be identified. Then there's a little ad for Richard Taylor's of London clothing, and then 2 more ads. One is Sloshed. Are you ready to get sloshed? Available on Amazon now. And See the Country, Travel with the Worth Family Circus. This is a callback to the other case in this series. Okay, so this one looks like our most likely related story that she was pointing at, although it could be this one too. 1979, if it was 1978, it could have been this person as the passport, but maybe not related to that at all. He was, let's see, drowned gang member. Okay, Thomas Toole. All right. Now let's take a look at this one. This is something that he printed out, I think, from the paper. Now, why would he print this out at his home? All right, let's read it. New stadium faces further delays. Opening pushed back until at least April 2022. Construction of the new stadium on Via Bulgario continues to be plagued by delays, as it came to light on Tuesday that 2 truckloads of steel girders have failed to arrive. Is this not catching in with the close-up camera? Miriam Romano, CEO of Estewar Construction, says that the delays have all been caused by situations beyond the company's control. First, there was the discovery that there was a subsidence risk that was missed on the original surveyor's report, which was not conducted by us. Once we had put measures in place to address this, the council implemented road closures between Perugia and Ponterio, which is our main delivery route. Now 2 trucks have failed to arrive. We're looking into the reasons for this. The stadium was originally scheduled to be opened in September 2021, but the revised timeline now suggests an opening in April this year at the earliest. 2 shot dead in car members of Cotelli gang. Victims identified as gang members Severo Costa and Gustavo Mele. Angela Moretti, reporter, Saturday, January 22nd, so 3 days before the murder of our guy. The men found dead in a car in Perugia on 22nd December have now been named by police. The murdered men were Severo Costa and Gustavo Mele, members of the Coltelli gang. It is suspected that their deaths were the work of a rival gang, possibly the Irish Vipers. That ties into our other newspaper. The Cotellis and Vipers were allies until a deal went wrong and they became bitter enemies. This escalated into violent conflicts until 2017, when a coordinated effort on behalf of the Italian and UK authorities identified the most dangerous members of each gang. Some were apprehended and imprisoned, while those who could not be were added to the list of the most wanted individuals in Europe, making travel almost impossible, hence the need for fake passports. With gang members unable to enter their rivals' country, the the violence abated. However, over the past year, there have been several well-orchestrated attacks on the Coltelli gang in Italy, along with some suspicious accidents, resulting in many deaths. Because of the efficiency of these attacks, it is believed that the only surviving and free members of the Coltelli gang are brothers Marco and Lucio Volta. The only surviving and free members of the Coltelli gang are brothers Marco and Lucio Volta. In 2018, we ran an expose on Lucio Volta's role in drug trafficking. We received a bloody knife and a threatening note believed to have been written by Marco Volta. Right. Okay, so we've got some handwriting that we could look at. Non publicare con sun Lucio Volta saranno consequences. It's saying something like, don't write about Lucio Volta or there will be consequences, but deathly serious consequences. All right, well, it seems quite likely that the two men getting fake passports are going to end up being these two people, these two guys. And we can compare handwriting to the note from Antonio, right? Because that's what we think it is. Let's find that note. Here it is. So remember, we got this note from Antonio talking about these are the last people who want the jobs from Italy, from this town. And here they are writing with the same blue penmanship. And look at the eye, look at Lucio. Okay, look at Lucio. And how high up the dot is above the eyes. See the way he writes his eyes? The dot is like way up above the eye. And now look how he writes it here. Way up above the eye. Here it is again, way up above the eye. First of all, we should take a moment to appreciate my markers because this is actually quite tiny. This is like maybe 1 3/4 by 1 inch. And the markers let me zoom right in there. Okay, so we now have identified the last job that he was forging passports for. He was forging passports for the two brothers, the last free surviving members of the Coltelli gang. Okay, so we know who these people are. This is the Coltelli gang. And Marco and Lucio. Okay, so his last job is for these two. And the woman, we believe, is going to be this woman who's part of the Vipers. I think that's what we're led to believe. And she is mad at us because, guess what? The two guys in the rival gang are roaming around London and have killed off one of the bosses of her gang, Thomas Toole. They drowned him. And now she blames us for getting them passports. It's not clear to me what she was meaning by giving us this, though. Seems like it's probably related to this Oscar Wilde statue. All right, but are we in agreement that that's the basic nature of what's gone on here? Our last jobs were to make passports for these two members of the Coltelli gang, which were rivals of this woman, who might have been an old job of ours. And they had been in London and ended up killing a member of her gang, and she's mad about it. I think they wanted to meet him in Dublin at the statue. Well, don't forget, this is from the woman. This is the woman who gave us the Oscar Wilde note, not the two men. The question is, why does the woman... Why does the woman mention Oscar Wilde? She's not the... Oh, she's the Dublin person. Yeah, she is the Dublin person. The other two are from Italy. Okay, so why does she want us to... Why does she want us to meet her there? She's angry. Well, let's pause and look at what we're asked to do for this thing. What was the fatal mistake Duncan made, and how did it lead to his death? Let's take a look at this Oscar Wilde statue. 3, where is it? It's in Marion Square North. That's a little odd, huh? Let's read the scene of the crime again. I mean, the witness statement. He's sitting there. This woman accosts him, holds up a newspaper, pointing to it. So she's holding up this, pointing to this about how her gang boss was just killed. They go into the alley. He comes back out. He's shaken. And he's holding this in his hand that she has given him. And she's giving him the newspaper. And then he writes to then he rushes home and writes to his sister and says, "Hey, I messed up. I've made a serious mistake and I have to disappear for a while. Don't worry about me." Which is the gang that's killing people by making it look like accidents? Over the past year, there have been several well-orchestrated attacks on the Coltelli gang, along with some suspicious accidents resulting in many deaths. Because of the efficiency of these attacks, it is believed the only surviving and free members are brothers Marco and Lucio. I'm a little confused. Let's see. Let's see what the chat says. Megan says she did enough surveillance to find the girlfriend. I think she was just a messenger. I think her boss wants to meet our guy in Dublin. Megan says, that makes sense. Nothing like showing up at your loved one's workplace to send a message. And it says, our guy messed up. He wasn't supposed to make fake passport for a rival gang because now they could travel and kill the Irish members. So now the Irish mafia summons him to Dublin. Well, I think we're all on the same page about the idea that they're mad he made passports for the rival gang. Especially because it looks like all his past jobs were probably for the Vipers, right? Dublin and London, Dublin and London. Like, for the past year, he's just been working for this gang. And then he gets approached by these two, and he is hesitant to make them the passports, but he does. Oh, look, it is. It's January 22nd. That's what lets them come in. Okay, so just to clarify here, remember the post office says he's sending packages back and forth. So what's happened is, to be clear, he's actually sent them the passports that allow them no, that's December 22nd. Anyway, he's finally made the passports for the Cotelli gang, which has allowed them to come into London and kill the Viper's boss. And now the Viper woman has come to us, angry, and told us that he's been summoned. Maybe he works. Maybe he's not a freelance. Maybe he's like a member of this Dublin gang, and he's not supposed to make passports for anyone else. Now, I still don't love this idea that this is where to meet, because where's the date? I mean, it's gonna... Maybe she just says tomorrow? Don't you think he should be saying, like, what date? Shouldn't there be a date here? Maybe she tells him, be here tomorrow at sunrise. That's a big map prop just for this one little thing. But it does make sense. All right, let's I think maybe what we should do for this one is look at the hints and make sure we haven't overlooked anything. What was the fatal mistake he made? All right, so we're saying the fatal mistake he made was he made passports for the rival gang. And how did it lead to his death is because the rival gang then were able to come to London and kill this woman's gang members. But wait a second. Hold on. Pause for a second. Pause for a second. Think about that theory. If our theory is she approaches him and says, be in Dublin tomorrow at sunrise, why are his brakes cut? Do they want to meet him? Or are they just telling him to get into his car so that his car will crash? Isn't it a little odd that it makes sense she would want to meet him in Dublin? Then would she be the same person that kills him? That's a little odd. It's like it just feels like a one step too many. Why confront him? Why tell him to meet in Dublin at this Oscar Wilde statue if your plan was to cut his brakes? Furthermore, the person is cutting his brakes at 8:30 a.m. It's a little bit odd thing here too. I just want to point out that this statue has a website. I'm just going to go to this website just to see. This game says it doesn't seem to suggest that there's any use of the internet. I just want to see what happens if we go here though. Marion Square. .ie. The Heart of Georgian Dublin. This is probably just a regular website. Pages from 2019 events for families, news. I don't see anything here that seems relevant for us. I can't tell if this is a real site or not. All right, this is a real site. This is not relevant for us. All right, so what's our reading about that? Anna says, our guy was away in the car. That led to his death, but maybe someone else tampered with the brake. We'll find out in part 5. Yeah. I think we should reread the part about who's being killed by suspicious accidents, because that suggests like that sounds like it's the clue to who tampered with this car. It's in the Italian paper. They're talking about the deaths of the Cotelli gang. It's suspected their deaths were the work of a rival gang, possibly the Irish Vipers. The Cotellis and Vipers were allies. Coordinated effort on behalf of the Italian and UK authorities identified the dangerous members. Some were apprehended and imprisoned. Those who could not be were added to the list. Okay, now, here it is. With gang members unable to enter their rivals' territory, the violence abated. However, over the past year, there have been several well-orchestrated attacks on the Coltelli gang in Italy, along with some suspicious accidents, resulting in many deaths, which has knocked out the Cotelli gang. So it does sound like it's saying that the Irish Vipers are the ones that can cause deaths to look like accidents. So that would suggest that it's this woman doing it. Her gang. Lisa Redruth or Jackie D. I just don't know why she's giving him this ticket and telling him to meet here if they were going to plan to kill him in the car. And that had to be done before she met him. Like, whoever is tampering with his car, that's happening way before this. Unless, of course, he was messing with his car and the brakes weren't cut. But that seems like a long shot. All right, let's look at the hints for this one. Yeah? Let's look at the hints for this one. All right, stage 4. We're supposed to figure out what was his fatal mistake and how did it lead to his death. Okay, so we believe that this is all about he made the passports for the rival gang, the Cotellis. We're not 100% sure who tampered with his brakes, so we think it's probably the Viper gang. But I guess it could be the Cotellis as well, right? Weird. Okay, well, let's see.
Hey up, Duncan unwittingly helped his own killer.
Okay, so it sounds like the Cotelli gang might be the ones who killed him. Let's see.
For the past year, Duncan was supplying the Viper gang with fake passports, allowing them to get into Italy and attack the Cotellis. Then someone deceived him, leading to his death. Handwriting is key evidence.
Well, okay. So here's an alternative theory now. That's right. I think that's right. Rob has got it right. I think what we're settling on now is that think of him as working for the Vipers. Like he's almost a part of the Viper gang. And he only makes passports for them. So then he makes a terrible mistake. He's tricked into making passports for the 2 Italians. They get in, they kill the boss of the Vipers, and they're going to kill him too because they view him, even though he made the passport for them, they're going to kill him off so he doesn't reveal any information about the 2 of them, and they're going to kill him because he's a friend of the Vipers. So this woman is going up to him, and she's not going to kill him, but she's saying, you fucked up. You provided passports for the Cotellis. You didn't even realize it, you dumb schmuck. You just gave passports to the people that killed our guys, and they're going to kill you too because you can identify them. So it's the Italians. So the only miss of this story is that that newspaper article really did make it sound like it was the Viper gang that knew how to fake accidents, when it really sounds like it should have pointed us in the other direction. But I think we know it now. So let's read our solution. Makes sense, though. It does make sense. Duncan's fatal mistake was to make fake passports for Antonio and his brother. The mistake led to his death by allowing the Volta brothers to enter the UK and kill him. One of the individuals Duncan made a passport for matches Lisa Redruth, who also gave him a note arranging a meeting at the Oscar Wilde statue in Dublin at sunrise. Lisa is clearly in the Viper gang, or based in the UK and Ireland. The Vipers were prevented from traveling in 2017, but over the last year have conducted a series of attacks on their rivals, the Cotellis, in Italy. Duncan's most recent package was sent to Perugia, where the Cotellis are based. The handwriting on the note in the Perugia Star matches the handwriting on the note from Antonio ordering passports from Duncan, showing that it was written by Marco Volta, one of the only 2 Cotellis left alive and free, using a false name. Marco and Lucio used their fake passports to enter the UK and begin killing those responsible for the deaths of all their fellow gang members, including Thomas Toole, whose death is reported in the London Watch as happening on the morning of January 25th. Hearing of Thomas's death, Lisa Redruth found Duncan to tell him the brothers were seeking revenge, so he must go to Dublin and wait at the Oscar Wilde statue at sunrise to be taken to a safe house. She showed him the article on Toole's death in the London Watch paper. Her fingerprints are on the paper. Unfortunately for Duncan, she was too late. It sounds like it's saying that we might have overlooked her fingerprints on the second newspaper, so we could have known for sure that she was holding this newspaper. I think maybe they're right up there in the upper left. So we correctly concluded that this was the paper she was holding and shaking in his face, but it looks like you could actually, but boy, those are dim. But you could match her to this. You could match her to this, I guess. Boy, that's hard to read. Doesn't matter. It wasn't important. Okay, and we did figure it out. That was kind of fun, that little part about thinking that they killed him, and then realizing, okay, that wouldn't make sense for them to try to meet up in Dublin. And I think part of the missing piece of it that clicked into place for us towards the end was the idea that he's kind of an honorary member of this Viper gang. He's not 100%, he's not like a pure freelancer. He's kind of working for the Vipers. So he really messed up by giving these passports to these Italians. All right. Everything's just piling up here. Here is our fifth and final stage. What is there left? It feels like we've solved it all. Well, let's see, I guess. Stage 5 objectives. Which Volta brother tampered with Duncan Lomas's brakes, and where was the other brother at that time? How did the Volta brothers find Lisa Redruth? Who said they found Lisa Redruth? If they found her, wouldn't they have killed her? Lisa Redruth is the one that talked to us with her alias. So we don't think they found her, do we? It's a little weird. All right, well, let's see what evidence we have. Not much. All right. Which brother tampered with the brakes, and where was the other one, and how did they find? Okay, so what have we got? Here are the two brothers, Marco and Lucio. Then we've got the solution, and we've got emails, and we've got a little article. All right, so where's our Italian? I see that I shouldn't have just jumbled all this up so quickly. Okay, so there's our Italian paper. Believed to have been written, so the note was believed to have been written by Marco Volta. So this person who's calling himself Antonio is Marco. If this is right, that Marco wrote this note, Marco Volta, then Antonio is Marco. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is when they killed Lisa Redruth right here. We said they didn't find Lisa Redruth. Yes, they did. Death in Waterloo Hotel. They caught up to her on the 26th of January. A woman was found dead last night at the Swan Hotel in Waterloo, London, from head injuries resulting from a fall in the bathroom. It appeared to be the result of an accident, though the police source has told this reporter that foul play cannot be ruled out. The woman booked the room under the name Lisa Redruth, but police have been unable to trace her home address or any relatives. Ask anyone who knew Lisa or has any knowledge of the events surrounding her death to contact them immediately. Okay, the Swan Hotel. So we're asked, how did they find her? All right. Let's read our email. It's just a short one. Bravo, you've cracked it once again. Duncan would have saved much more than just his dignity if he hadn't meddled with those Cotellis. Poor Ada would still have had her brother around. I guess that's just the risk you take. No time for chit-chat this morning. After the paint dried last night, we went to the pub and I demolished their lager supplies. Certainly paying the price for it this morning. So let's get to work and close this case for good. Sending you a newspaper clipping reporting Lisa Redruth's death, along with 2 criminal reports on Marco and Lucio Volta. Hopefully you can make something of them. Okay, so somehow from these 2 things and this, we're supposed to figure out how they found her and which brother did our car. Let's look if one of these are capable of it. So we know Marco is the guy that wrote the note. And this is even further confirmed by his signature looking so different than this one. Okay, let's look at Marco Volta. He's got a bear tattoo on his left arm, a web tattoo on his back, and a burn scar on the back of his left hand. He's got a liking for classic cars, may walk with a limp. And there's his fingerprint. Okay. Let's look at Lucio. Lucio has a flame tattoo on the side of his neck, a small scar on his forehead. He's known to have a liking for motorcycles, rumored to have been a gambler. What on earth? How is that enough information to decide? I mean, liking for classic cars. What's the difference in ages? 2 years different ages. We've got their fingerprints. Have we found fingerprints on anything else? Interesting. All right, I think we'll do this. We'll take a break. We'll come back, give some thought to how we would decide which one of these was the one that tampered with the car. And then how did they locate Lisa Redruth? Who's here? A good guess would be that that someone saw her when she met with him. That would tell us which one was not at the car, and then he followed her or something. But I don't know how we know which one. Somewhere buried in our evidence has to be a clue to that. Curious. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back for the final part of Death of an Artist. And we've been tasked with stage 5 to figure out which brother tampered with the car and where was the other brother, and then how did they find Lisa Redruth. So somewhere in that are the answers to these. I think logically, the cleanest way to solve all of those in one hidden piece of information is if one of the brothers was following us. That makes sense, that one of the brothers was tampering with the car while the other one followed us on our trip, saw that we met with Lisa Redruth, and then followed Lisa Redruth to the Waterloo Hotel and killed her. That would answer all of our questions all at once, right? That's how they know where she was, because they followed her after they saw her meet with us, and that's how we can know which brother it was. So it does make sense to me that the most obvious way to see who was following us might be to look at our sketches. Well, there's no people in that sketch, so that doesn't help us. There doesn't seem to be anyone in the church sketch. That doesn't help us. There's 2 women in the sketch at the gallery. That doesn't help us. But what about this picture? What about this picture? What are we looking for? This guy likes motorcycles and is a gambler. This guy likes classic cars and walks with a limp. I mean, this guy looks like he might be the ponytail guy. Might be this guy. But you can't just accuse someone because they've got a ponytail. What about other photographs in other papers? Well, we'll have to go through everything, but that seemed like the best, most likely thing would be as if we caught him following us. Let me just try to reorganize everything. Tattoos, you don't, what have we got here? Tattoo on the side of the neck. Is that what that is? Is that a tattoo there? Hold on a second. Where did I put my markers? Is that a tattoo on his face? On his neck? Yeah, look at that. That is a tattoo. Barely visible on his neck. Black and white flame tattoo on the side of the neck. It would have been nice if it said right side of neck. But there it is. That is a flame tattoo on his neck. Boy, I gotta tell you that without these markers, I'm not sure I could see that even with glasses. Like, I think I would need a magnifying glass to be sure that that was a tattoo. I mean, you can guess that you see something there, but without a magnifying glass or a zoom, I don't think you can do that. Okay, so I believe we've solved the case. And it says, but he could have tampered with the car also because it was before our guy left home. You are right. You are right. I believe that's going to be an error in the game. I believe that's going to be an error in the game. Because the question is posed, which brother tampered and where was the other brother? It seems to me that it's sort of suggesting that the guy on the car was doing it at the same time that he was being followed. Let's just reread that part about my gut tells me that we are meant to it shouldn't be that the guy working on the car was while our guy was home. That always felt weird. She glimpsed someone under his car at 8:30 on the day he died. She assumed it was Duncan. That's what the police think so too. Then they saw him leave the house at 9:30. It just feels wrong to me. So Anna is technically right. If whoever was messing with the car at 8:30, but it doesn't make sense in terms of the way the question is phrased. Which tampered with the car and where was the other brother at the time? Unless one of the newspapers has him killing someone. Yeah, that's it. It's not an error. It's that the other one was killing someone that morning. Look at this. On January 25th, the day that our guy died in the car, that morning, one of the brothers was killing this guy. So Anna was exactly right that the guy who followed him is the guy that tampered with the car at 8:30. And he's the only guy that was in Westerlo that morning, that day. And the other brother was off killing someone. Yeah? So the two brothers split up. One of them is in London and kills this guy, and the other one is following our guy and killing our guy. And Lisa hears about this murder, sometime around noon, and confronts our guy at the church around 1:30. I think that's it. All right. Well, Anna, you did well in spotting that the fact that that this guy could be the same guy who messed with the car. And I think now we've got our answer. All right. That's pretty good detective work. Pretty good detective work all around. So, which Volta brother tampered with his brakes? Okay, it's Lucio Volta. Tampered with the brakes at 8:30, then followed him, saw him talking to this girl, followed her, and ended up killing her. Where was the other brother? Well, the other brother was off killing Thomas Toole. And the other brother is Marco, aka Antonio. All right. I thought there was going to be an error. I really thought I was ready to accuse the game of having a fundamental timeline error, but Hannah was right, and then I figured out he was killing the other guy in London. All right, I think we are ready to read the solution. Any objection before I do this? Should we look at the hints? I don't think we need them, but we could. Two diligent sources close to the case.
What time did Duncan's neighbour see someone tampering with his brakes on 25th of January? The London Watch should reveal where the other brother was at the time.
Check Duncan's sketch of the parade on the day he died. Is there anyone in the crowd who resembles Lucio or Marco? Consider how long it takes to get the direct train from London to Westlow. Where did Duncan go after the parade? Could he have been followed?
Okay, I think that's everything that we already knew. All right. Any objection to opening this up? There's a lot of silence in the channel. Here we go. Duncan's neighbor saw someone tampering with his brakes at 8:30 a.m. on 25th of January. We learned from the London Watch paper that Thomas Toole was killed in London between 8:30 and 9 a.m. One brother must have killed Thomas Toole, while the other killed Duncan Lomas. Man with black hair, a ponytail, and a fire tattoo on his neck is visible in Duncan's sketch of the parade, which matches Lucio Volta's description. Lucio could not have murdered Thomas in London between 8:30 and 9 a.m. and gotten to Westlow for 12:45 because the direct train takes 5 hours, as stated in the Westlow Herald paper. So he must have been the one who tampered with Duncan's brakes. After tampering with Duncan's brakes in the early morning, Lucio followed Duncan, hoping to be led to more members of the Vipers, and that's why he's in the sketch of the parade. It paid off, as Lucio saw Lisa Redruth come to Duncan outside the church, and Lucio followed her back to London and killed her in her hotel that evening. And then we can scan here to finish the game and get a little special epilogue. So let's do that. What happened? Congratulations. Don't let this get to your head, but I'll admit you're fast becoming the hottest investigator on our team. Now officially closing this case, no more Westlow. Wow, felt good saying that. Duncan's watercolor sketches sure have been helpful for us, but I never would have expected he might actually have depicted his own killer. P.S. Ada emailed me to say thank you. Always nice to know when someone's satisfied with your good work, eh? I think she's attached a small gift for you, too. Add your email address below and I'll forward it. And don't forget to check your spam. Some of my emails have been disappearing in people's inboxes recently. I'll have to investigate that next. All right, let me switch away here and remember what email address I've got on this tablet. Okay, my co-op for 2 email address. So I believe I can just put that in here. Where's our thing here? Let's try it. I don't love that it's making us do this, but let's see what happens. Okay. So here is the reply we get when you put in your email. You get this. Here's Ada's email I mentioned. Nice picture, huh? Hi, Ada here. Nothing will bring Duncan back, but at least I can sleep easy now that I know what happened to him. I honestly can't thank you enough for solving this case, although I've just paid your invoice, so that might help. Duncan and I were brought together a few months before his death. It was the last time I saw him, by our father's funeral of all things. We stayed in our old family house for a few days. He spent the entire time doing digital paintings on his tablet. Drove me mad. Attaching this one he sent to me, it's one of my absolute favorites of his. The great thing about digital art is we can both enjoy the same painting even if we're miles away from each other. I know it isn't worth anything, but think of it as a little thank you from me. And who knows, maybe one day Duncan will be remembered by his artwork. Kind regards, Ada Lomas. And here is the painting that she's left us with. And then, well, it seems like we're automatically subscribed to Lucky Duck stuff. Not Lucky Duck, Lucky Egg. All right. I'm just trying to see if I could see anyone through any of the windows here. Well, okay. I'm not sure how I feel about this game. Let's take a very short 5-minute break. You collect your thoughts. I'll try to collect my thoughts, and we'll try to provide some final thoughts on this somewhat unusual game by Dave Neal. All right, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, come back, give our thoughts. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the chat about what you thought about this game, especially since I don't know how I feel yet. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, final thoughts on Death of an Artist. Let's check in with the chat. Anna says, it was a game that Jesse requested, not just a document dump, but staged in 5 envelopes. Much easier that way. You only focus on 1 or 2 questions and only have a few documents at a time. Rob says, it was an okay story with good components, but way too easy. Some of the stages could be done in mere minutes. It doesn't warrant the price, in my humble opinion. And it says, I think it was a good game. Good components, but an easy level. And we need those, I think, for new players. So I would recommend this game to them. Yes, okay. This is an odd game. It's an odd game. I do think it's right to think of this as targeted more towards newer groups. As Anna points out, the fact that it's got 5 stages and each of them has one very straightforward question and then a nice clean answer, and then even if you get it wrong, you still proceed through. You're told the explanation, proceed through, makes it a very painless experience. The total playing time, we played for 3.5 hours or so, 3 hours. So short and easy, but if you play these harder ones, you could play for the full time, 5 hours, get to the end, and then get it wrong. If you're a new group, let's say, or you're just beginning with this stuff, you could spend a huge block of hours, get to the end, and be like, we missed it. We got it wrong, right? You get to the end, you've got your final answer, you get it wrong, and you just feel like maybe you spent 5 hours and you didn't get it. You didn't figure it out. Whereas this may be one of the only games we've played in this genre where you've basically got 5 stages and it's going to explain to you the stage when you wrap it up. So that you can't get to the end and have gotten nothing out of it. You're going to get to the end and understand it because it's, if you get one particular thing wrong, you'll be told the answer. But also the nature of the questions makes it very hard for you to get too far without understanding it, right? The questions like, why was the book this way? Why did he get killed? Like, all of the questions are leaking enough information that you wouldn't really progress without understanding the basics. You could get one little detail wrong. So I do think as a sort of guided experience for newer players, this could work very well. And sometimes when we think about these games that feel like, okay, this is a good game for beginners, there's often a but. Like, this is a good game for beginners, but this particular puzzle would completely baffle them, and then they'd never figure that out. So, like, most of the puzzles are super easy, but this one's super hard, and so that's a conflict. I don't think that really happened here. I think the rules say, hey, don't be afraid to use the hints, because most people do. Most players look at the hints, so don't be ashamed to use them. Because it's set up in 5 stages, even if you did get hung up, if a group did get hung up in a puzzle, they'd look at the hints, that would give them push them in the right direction, and then if they really got stumped, they'd just read that solution to that stage, and then they'd get back on track and be trying to solve that stuff. So I think this is a smart way to make an easier game for newer groups. It had some things that seemed very easy, and then others that were tricky. The timeline for the sketches was tricky, maybe a little bit verging on unfair, because on one hand, it required us to use the travel time on the map to get a very tight. It required us to say, well, he would only have a couple minutes to spare if he goes direct to that. But it wasn't clear that it was taking into account how long it takes him to draw the sketches. That might be nice. Like, it would be nice if that was mentioned somewhere. Like, he's a super fast draw. It takes him like 5 minutes to do each sketch. But a bunch of the puzzles had to do with those sketches. And those were, in all, very satisfying and unique. Those drawings had like 5, I don't know how many different puzzles they were involved in, but they were involved in figuring out the timeline of where he went and where. They helped us identify which church he was at based on the drawing and where we could see it. If we were from this perspective, he would see, which helped us identify what church he was at. The details of the drawing of the church helped us figure out what church. The details of the drawing helped us identify the time that he was there. The details of the sketch helped us identify who was following him. Very, like, that was nice. The fact that those 4 sketches played such an important role and such a spatial, interesting puzzle is quite nice and very different from the kinds of logic puzzles you see in these other puzzle-based games. This did not have any logic abstract puzzles. This was in keeping with these mystery suspect games that are about deduction and induction, and yet it had that spatial element of the map that was like they tied together. That was really nice. I will say that if you want to point out some flaws, there was a couple. There was the issue with the handwriting that we were told was different between his signature and the paper. That did not work. Maybe in the design stage, it was supposed to be clear that those 2 handwritings were different. We did not have enough data to decide those were different, though it was very fun to be able to connect the Italian mafia guy to the other people with the notes. But one thing that was interesting, several times in this case, you would have had to use a magnifying glass to really see enough detail to answer some of these questions. And that's a weird choice. Like this one here, to see that the eyes are written in a certain way, I can't see that with my native eye. My vision isn't that great, but even when I put on glasses, I have a hard time making that out. And the same thing is true about these fingerprints here. Native eye can't really see that well. And the same thing is true about the tattoo on his neck. So, I mean, the cover of the box shows a magnifying glass, but I really think they might have been better advised to save the money on this and include a magnifying glass. I think that would have been a better decision. I think it's hard to see stuff in this game without an actual magnifying glass. So that's a little bit of a concern. I would be frustrated with this if I didn't have a way to enlarge those things. I think I also thought that the question about this thing was weird in that there was this interesting clue about the microchips, but the question didn't ask us about it, but the solution told us what they were. And we had figured out what they were, but I think I would have been disappointed if I figured out the answer to the question about, like, what was he doing forging passports, and then it told me what those microchips were, and I would have thought, nah, you should have let me try to figure that out. What else perhaps was amiss? Let's look and let's see, catch it back up with the chat. And it says the sketches were great. Agree with the timeline issues. They should have left 10 minutes each time for the sketches. Agree with the handwriting. Rob says the sketches were the highlight. Definitely newbie friendly. Main drawback would be the $30 price for a short 2-hour game. It's true. This is currently on Amazon for $25. You can see why with the materials it would be $25, but you can also, I think it's fair to say that this is on the high end for the time per dollar that you would get out of it. Kevin Fisher says, thought the photo of the passport ID chips too small to be sure. Thought timing of the first two locations could just about fit either way, and handwriting sample too small. All right, so Kevin is basically agreeing with those things. This resulted in me guessing and feeling lucky or unlucky when the answer was revealed. Yes. Yeah, okay, so here's another example where you don't need a magnifying glass here. I think you can spot that, but I believe the picture of the tub here is yet another case where you really need a magnifying glass to see what those are. We have the cubes that we can use to zoom in, but this is what it looks like to my native eye. It's hard to see. So I think, yeah, that was a slight miss. The newspaper articles were okay. I will say one thing that's a little unusual, seeing Dave Neal's name on here, is that the writing of the dialogue was nothing special. The humor actually missed a bit with me. Like, our boss was everything, all his emails were sort of making fun of the hick town. That didn't really do anything for me. It came across as a little mean-spirited. The sister was nice, the sister was fine, but there was no real humor, there was no real subtle humor, and so that was a little weird for me. That's one of the things I look for in these games, these moments of humor and subtlety and light touches, and that was a little bit missing here. Anna makes a great point that you can repackage and sell it or give it away. That's a great point. And the game comes with instructions for how to do that. And I do think the hint system worked well. Everything has got these QR codes, so you don't have to type in a long web address. And the epilogue was nice, although I don't like that they're making you sign up to get that final epilogue. That rubs me the wrong way. Kevin says, I bought it a few days ago, half price on Amazon UK. Okay, at that price, would have been unhappy at full price. Well, that I often feel that way about these games, that there are enough of them that it's better to wait for them to go on sale and not buy them at full price. A great example of the wildly different value for dollar is Dave Neal's Baker Street Irregulars box. Probably the most you'll ever pay for it is $50, and has got 10 cases, each case of which is longer than this. So $25 for this case versus $50 for 10 or 11 cases. So you can see the value there is pretty wild. But again, you're not paying just for hours. So a new group, this would be a reasonable thing, a fun thing. And as a system for beginners, this idea of staging it in 5 stages with questions and answers for each seems like a very good idea as a system for beginners. But the nature of the system also makes it a lot easier because things are very compartmentalized. Even though we need to use other clues from previous stages, the fact that each one has one specific question you're trying to answer does mean that this system is by its nature much easier. What else? I mean, well done. No real bugs except the ones that we did. Yes, some great teamwork by everyone. Especially, there were some cool moments. Like in the end, I liked the logic of figuring out that we thought we would probably be able to find this guy in the crowd, but we also almost made the mistake of saying the timeline was bugged until we realized how to resolve it. So there was some clever stuff in resolving the mystery. Kevin says, I bought the other case, not tried it yet. Again, 50% off. I think that may be what I'll do for the next case. I probably wouldn't buy the circus one for $25, but if it comes on sale for $15, I'll probably pick it up. And I might give this as a gift to a group. I think we're all sort of on the same page there, that this would be a good, easy gift. Maybe include a magnifying glass when you give it as a gift. Rob asks, Kevin, is the other one also written by Dave Neal? That would be an interesting question. So we saw Dave Neal's name. This is the only place it's seen. It's not seen on the box, but it is seen on the first page of the rules. If Kevin has it handy, he could check for us. If you had to guess, you'd guess that it would be. I am very curious to ask Dave Neal on Board Game Geek, what's the story? Why are these not even in the Board Game Geek database? Why has Dave Neal not talked about them? When the Animals of Baker Street, which has beautiful art, really looks quite special. It might be a great gift. He talked about quite a long period before it came out, and he's talked about it when it did come out. So it is weird that he hasn't sort of claimed this one. It's not terrible. There's no reason he wouldn't claim it. Anything else to talk about before we wrap this up. I hope everyone is safe and sound and warm inside. It's negative 10 degrees here. In Champaign. So probably nothing on Friday and Saturday, but then Sunday and Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. So I'll see you for a bunch of days starting Christmas Day, and afterwards I'll probably take a break for the next 2 days and catch up with my family and friends. If there's nothing else, Kevin says can't say the author's name on the box. Yeah, it wasn't on the box, it was just in the rules. Okay, folks, thanks for joining me. Thanks for all the teamwork. I'll see you in a couple days.